This is why production and assistance is very helpful. This is why it helps to have a team who loves and supports you. Always remember that. So today we have a city that we're going to build, and we are resource hunting through the map to try and find the best place to build at. I have been informed that now I can be heard by my lovely wife. It's rolling her eyes at me. So, huh? Did it twice. uh, he's not gonna eat me. He loves me. He loves me. He loves me, Samantha. Because I'm just so lovable. Go see. Come here, sweetheart. Yeah. Okay. So all of these different maps have a different amount for building. And it's not all about the biggest percentage for suitable area for building. This has 84%, but no shipping lanes, and also very little oil and accessible farm or forestry. So lame. We would like to see all of those things as high up as they can be. This is a great one, but no shipping. So no. Ooh, see, and this is wonderful. Pearl Bay looks great, but only 58% suitable area for building, making it, while the best resource one, the worst for a city size. That's lame. This one's not bad, but it's missing one of the outside connections. I think that's air travel maybe. I don't know how it could be missing air travel. It doesn't make any sense. Is there air? Then they can travel. But ooh, this has no oil. So, and this is an area set up for the Industries DLC for that custom industry stuff. And they made all of the maps literal garbage. That's nice. They charged money for this. Just saying. This is pretty good, but it only has 61%, and so that'll be the crux of the problem is that uh, most of the decent maps will have a very small percentage available for building because apparently it's difficult to make something that has all of those things. It isn't. It isn't at all. But if you're just creating and not paying attention, you know, you can come out with a lot of different types of maps. Um, we want to have more of mineral and oil because those are not renewable resources. Those are one-time use. So when they go down, they go down. Farmland will replenish itself, and so will forests. But ideally, we really need the oil and the mineral to be above half. And then at that, like this. This is great, but no farmland. So this also isn't bad, but it's way too much farmland for oil or mineral trade-off. We may end up here as a result, but no shipping, so kind of ruins it. This is great, minimal oil. Oil goes fast. No, right here, mountain taper. This has more than or almost 50% of most of the important resources and a high above 70% suitable area for building and all outside connections open. This is a wonderful map. It's amazing to me that the first wonderful map is literally almost at the end of the buyable DLCs. Because again, apparently it is that difficult to figure out how to draw a map. It's not. This is what lazy looks like. It's incredibly creative, but it serves zero practical purpose because they did not understand the assignment despite making very pretty maps. No one cares how they look. We only care about long-term resource production. Come on now, what is this? I mean, it is a video game, right? So yeah, I want something with minimal resources, lots of water, and only 57% building. Well, this coastal gem is just for you. um, yeah, look at 89%. You could build everywhere here. Don't build it too big though. So I'm basically going to skip through and look at oil. There we go. Now, see, this is what we're talking about. At a 48% build, this has the best resource spread that I've seen. This would be worth suffering from the amount that you were able to build. Unless all of those minerals are located in that giant mountain, and I bet they are, because tee hee hee, uh, and that's annoying. This is what I'm talking about. We've got renewable farmland, not a lot, because it doesn't need to be a lot. Some forest, and a lot of oil and minerals with no outside shipping connections. So that's good. It's good. Same with this. This is great. Fertile desert looking wonderful. Resource heavy. Useless to me. It's missing a shipping connection route. This even better. This is great. 26% building. Throw it in the trash. Literally all of these maps, it's it's insane to me. So this one might be our best bet. We have a high amount of oil, a high amount of minerals, some decent farm and gotten at 48%. It's just absurd. More than half of the map is useless, functionless water. This one's not bad. The river delta. So we are one, two, three. So in 13 DLCs, they couldn't figure it out, huh? Okay. Let's look at their original maps, the very first ones. Oh, they have new ones. Cool. Bet those ones suck. Um, 70% Blackwoods. Look at them, understanding the assignment. Almost all the resources are even. And I mean, I understand they're trying to make it more regional. Different regions, different places have different amounts of resources. Everywhere doesn't have the same, but in no way is this reality. It's a game. Just crank up the resources. I love that Frosty Rivers is. We're not going to do any of these, no matter what. The snowfall maps, excuse me, cannot be worth it, even if all of those resources were cranked, because the roads require heating, and you must just hate yourself if you're going to build a city in the winter. The city budget management inside of the winter DLCs is just it's absurd. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, look at Eden Valley. We've circled back around. Of the base game maps, this is the best one that they ever made right here. It's, I mean, I guess that's why it's called Eden Valley because it has all the resources and it's in a valley. So you get whatever you want out of this one. So I think that's where we are going to end up. Because I would love to prick one. I'd love to pick one that is pretty and has all the stuff that I want. But something like this, I like this. This looks really cool. 58% makes me want to throw up in my own mouth. Okay, so this is Pearl Bay is our place. This is where we live now, and I'm down. So we need to pick a good name. It's named San Palma right now. No, the map's called Pearl Bay. Hmm. Maybe I can. I'll be back. I have to go bully a name out of my wife. Well, my wife is a hater and she doesn't like my videos. So whoever liked my video, thanks, man. Thanks. Real nice. Appreciate you. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got here. We've got a pretty cool little rail system with three-way rail going on. I like the little integration they did over there. Oh, look, and it's connected to an old railway that we're going to have to get over and connect. I can see a break in it up there. Okay. So, we've got some oil, it looks like, over on the main little island. Let's figure this out. Oh my god, it is a nightmare. Okay. That's annoying. So we have pockets of oil in the water, as well as minerals. Oh, we're going to be doing offshore drilling. And I can't see any further than this right now, unfortunately. I wish the area views map allowed me to do resource views. But hey, you mess with vanilla, you get vanilla, and that's where we're at. So, we will solve all of the resource problems. I just have to figure out my area that I can build in, and it looks like it's very small. Wow. We do have immediately accessible industry stuff on all sides, though. So I guess careful what you wish for. We've got good fishing, too. We've got real good fishing. What do we got? Tuna? Oh, tuna's all up in the oil. That's great. Lots of anchovies. Little bit of shellfish. Okay, so shellfish is going to be through the roof expensive here. Great. That's a good thing. It's just like real life. And then we've got a decent salmon. Decent salmon. I do like how it becomes way more tuna. So I need to figure out which direction my water's headed. One of these views tells you. I can't remember which one. Oh, there it is. Okay, awesome. Awesome. So the tuna won't ever get polluted by our waste products. And we have to make sure we're not dumping waste products down this river. We want to push it out this way. Yeah. And then I want to confirm that by making sure, oops, by making sure that the shellfish is not directly out of this little runoff. It's not. Okay. Yeah. We're pretty good to go. Okay, so this is the Poop River. Okay. Let's get started. Oh, stock exchange. I'm going to get involved in doing that too, I think. It is an island. Okay. I'm excited. We're going to do the classic roundabout because I love that this highway is basically set up for the intersection of it being all the way over there. That means that all of this that we can see right here down to our map is technically our turning lanes. These are the incoming and outgoing ramps. Despite the fact that they are 3 lanes, they only lead to our city. They're not already established, which means any cars that go down that interchange this direction have to be coming to our city. And that's a good thing. So I'm going to remember we only have $70,000. I'm going to remember that our oil's right there. Right there. Where it starts this little browning. And then lastly, we want to go look at where is our mineral spread again? Because we have access to all of it. Right there. Okay. I thought so. And then on this side, it's all farm all day. So if I build across the river, this entire section of the city is buildable, but we should make it dirt roads and more rural. And it'll be a great turnout because, is this a full island? I think so. Oh, it's just too much to see. I can't tell. Oh yeah, okay. There it is. So the actual mountain fort's way over there. Oh, well, this is great then. This is great. I really thought they were going to start us basically with building area around the mountain and doom the city from the start, but they didn't do that. Well, look at that. Everybody's happy then. So this is going to be, we'll start with a small interchange instead of the giant one that dooms the city. Just because we almost went bankrupt on that other city, and I have a feeling we're going to end up here more than we are anywhere else. Because why go back to the really long city name when I want to be here? Um, so let's get this going. We've got our highway, 3 lanes both ways. I like that. We'll keep it there. Um, I don't think if I do upgrade, it'll let me. Oh, hey, we can upgrade all the way to the edge. So you know what? We're going to do that. We'll upgrade these 2 roads so that we have normal roads as soon as they come in. And they can figure everything out past the city lines where it is not our problem for right now. Um, and then there'll be slow traffic once they get in. And that means that we already have, yeah, we've got plenty of spots for them to merge. So I should only have to do 1 or 2 clicks worth of connecting road here. So we'll go down 2 clicks right in between, switch to curved roads, which we're already on. Try and center this out just a little bit. And instead of going all the way out to 2, we'll just stay down here at 1. There we go. There we go. And instead of spending $10,000, we've only spent, a little bit less than 5, and it's great. Oh, I hate it. I hate this as the starting intersection, but it is great. I mean, as far as management, we really need a way for people to turn around to get back into the rest of the city. And it's something that my nothing town that I was playing around on this morning does not have. It has just the roads that come down into one big main road, and there is zero way for a car to turn around once they get into the city without crossing traffic and turning in an intersection. And that will ultimately slow traffic. This will too. This will become its own nightmare, but it'll take longer. It'll take longer to become a problem. So I think I'm going to continue using a main road, a medium-sized road for the initial turnout. And because this is smaller, the temptation is to put your road here. Unfortunately, it's a bad idea because no cars will have the room to do a turn or to change lanes until they hit this intersection after they've merged here. And that you have to give traffic a chance to be stupid, and that's at least one of these little bubbles. So for the smaller roundabout, you probably want to have your connection points here and here, allowing for at least one dot in between for them to decide what they're doing. And I hate that. I wish I could just make them bigger. So this will end up being our industry main road. And we can bring the edge of it pretty much up to our oil, because it's going to end up being there anyway pretty quickly, as soon as we have access to it, actually. So that's great for a main industry road. And then on this side for the residential, we want to, again, have one spot where they can change lanes after they leave the intersection, and at least one of these little connection spots before, because the cars will not merge or change lanes in between these spots typically. Sometimes they do, but they are nodes there for a reason, and that is the reason. So this one will have a nice little curve. We'll bring it all the way over here to this tree line. Eventually we will build it over to the beach and have some property along the beach initially. I want to use this beach area for wastewater runoff, probably on this side. Yeah. But now we have the start of our little tropical paradise. And I think that it's nicer to have these curves as opposed to straight lines and grids. It makes it feel more open and flowy and tropical, I guess. But we also want to remember that road efficiency abhors a curve. It likes straight lines. The fastest distance between 2 points, right? So I'm not going to waste the money and jump into using paved small roads, because those can be upgraded. We're going to do all gravel roads for all of our branch streets. And we'll come down at least one of these nodes away from the main intersection, so that, again, cars have a chance to pile up and do whatever they're going to do there and not become a nuisance to our neighborhood intersections. And so we want to bring this first branch road down pretty far. Yeah, that's great. We can do some commercial and utility businesses and stuff coming this way towards the highway, and then keep our neighborhood coming this way. That way they are sort of protected from the noise pollution. So we want to keep an eye on the edges of our circle and make sure that when we do our turns, it doesn't cut off our zoning for that front main road. And so these little branch streets I'm going to be bringing past the main road right away. And we want to maintain at least that little gap between zoning for future alleyways, and more importantly for fire. It's harder for fire to spread if it's not back-to-back zoning, although you do get a little bit more houses out of it. And so I'm using the edge of this zoning here and sort of lining it up with at least one block away there. Because it eats into this block, I'm going to want to bring our square down a little further, or our circle, so that we can maintain that nice distance when it's this far out. Even if it makes it a little wider, it's okay. We want a little bit extra room over less room. Even though, again, it will bite us in the ass on management. But now, see, we are only into the second line of zoning on this, and we haven't even bumped into the halfway point of it. So if I wanted, I could bring my circle edge right there and know that I am pretty safe as far as running a path. I'm still going to do that because I like to have at least one free zoning block. It will help a lot, even though it may not look like it initially. There. And having these sort of be pretty consistent, but a little bit more of a curve and flow while keeping as much of this zoning intact, that's going to help us build out neighborhoods faster, that are more complete, that already have property separation, as opposed to when they are completely straight and they end up looking more like this, where you get these large blocks. You sort of have to stripe these out yourself if you want to have gaps. Whereas this naturally, with the curve of the road, creates them. Um, it's just helpful for fire safety in the future. Um, and right away, we want to make sure that these are all going to connect. And so we'll run a connecting road right now. And this will need to be upgraded pretty quickly to a medium road, just like the main roads, along with this road. And it's something to keep in mind when you're building things. If you put hard buildings here, you won't be able to move them without relocating them for a fee. And that sucks. So I think for right now, we can run just a little curved road off of this one. There we go. And now we have a complete circuit. I'm going to leave this little stub for right now. I may have to refund it later, but it is helpful to build a one-way road out of the back of the neighborhood so that traffic doesn't have to go to the main intersection. Actually, you know what? We'll do that right now. We don't need sidewalks because they are going out of town. So the two-lane one-way road's all we need. And we could take that from the butt of our little thing here. Oh, okay. Maybe. So we want to have it come past that intersection point. Because ultimately, this is where it will there. That's where it'll have to feed to, so that they have the ability to have their runoff and do whatever, and then merge onto the straightaway. It's not perfect, but it will work, especially on a new town. Okay, so our residential side is set up, and we still have 50 grand. That's not bad. Our industry, we'll do the same thing for. If I wanted to be clever, I could set up one-way roads for industry right now to dictate the way traffic goes, but I don't think we need to. We want to leave that first node empty, even though it's industry. We'll bring this one all the way down. And for this side, we can run much tighter roads. It is still a good idea to leave that one block gap. And I kind of can't help myself on doing it. It ends up helping with bike paths and everything else a lot later. Costs a lot of money to bump 5 or 6 roads over by one block just for a path. I want to keep my generic industry out of that oil until we get to a point where we want to use it, because I don't want the basic computers sucking all my resources dry for basic industry. And we want to set up a nice long road over here, and we'll bring it all the way to the beach so that I can hopefully get power to just power our water intake from right here with very little power lines. And we'll leave a road here so that we can we might not put any sort of an exit ramp on this side, because I don't need to fill this lane for incoming traffic anymore. If they want to get out for industry, they're going to have to come down, take the roundabout out. And for our residents, we want our residents to be able to get out easily. It would ideally be flipped so that industry can get out onto the highway faster without clogging up traffic. But it's something I'm willing to try and figure out, because I think I can take a road and tag it on here and bring it over as a bridge later, but I don't want to think about it right now, so we aren't going to. Every one of these roads will end up having industry on them that generates tax income, and so even if it's a little wonky, we want to try and set up as many of these spots as we can, using as much of this area as possible without altering the zoning over here. When you don't have mods set up to dictate where these zoning lines are redrawn at, sometimes they can get all over the place very quickly. And so we do have an area here. I'm going to leave this open for right now because I don't want to put a bunch of industry that's going to stop me from making a bridge to get to this later. It's important to think about those things. You will regret not thinking about them. If you put it off till later, you're only hurting yourself. So we're not going to get any zoning worth anything right here. Some of it will be eaten away by the state line over here, the boundary limit. And, you know, while I did say, yeah, we want to utilize all the space, I don't want a 2-click worth of road getting eaten on half my zoning on one side. So I'm just not going to beat that dead horse at all. I'm not going to connect these roads. They don't need a circuit street. They're going to turn around and head their happy ass back down this road for now. That leaves us an entire area here by the beach with no resources in our way to build out and add to, with downtown and all of that. And hopefully these roads will be enough when I add on the other side into the forest here to be all of the zoning we need for residential to get started profiting. And so let's put that to the test right now. Put my money where my mouth is. And we can get an advanced coal power plant from the start because of the something. I don't remember. One of the DLCs added this. And then we have the standard coal plant at 19,000. This being 35,000 is crazy expensive for our budget. So we're going to get the normal coal power plant. We're going to bring it as far over here away from everything as we can. We want to make sure that that pollution circle does not hit the water line, because it will spread and leach pollution into the ground. And that's okay for everything but our water. And because I want to put our water supply right here, I really want to make sure that this does not pollute everything. So it being right here's not bad. It being right here's not bad. It may start fires here. Hmm. So right about here is looking pretty great. Okay, so then we want to get water set up, and we want to make sure we do these eco inland water treatment plants will stop the river or the water source from being polluted, but because our direction would allow for it, we could put normal water dumping sewage pipes here. Are they the same cost? They are. Okay, so then there's no point. We can just use the inland treatment plants and put them on the industry side where there's already pollution happening. Um, yeah, I'm okay with that. So for this stuff, we want to have a gap of 2 so that if it is ever set on fire, it has a chance to not spread. And now we have all of our sewage and our water and our power set up. We can, because this is a simple map, run our pipes along the roads. And it's mostly just doing it for fun because the circle for the water is pretty far reaching. Um, and that is advantageous. And so we want to set up some pipes that get everything. I'm not going to zone on this road or these, so we don't have to worry about covering those. And so we will end up running a couple of extra water pipes doing it this way because the overlap is not going to work for the way I set up the roads. And I'm okay with that. It is the cost of choosing design over function. And in the long run, it does make things look a lot cooler, a lot cleaner. It just takes more effort. And there's nothing wrong with that. So when we upgrade this to a main road and have branch pipes coming off of each side, it's going to end up looking a lot cleaner than if I had just tried to even out the pipes and just keep them, you know, nonsensically running underground, because pipes don't run like that at all. This looks like crap, but it's okay. It's still much better than doing, I feel like, nothing with it. Oh, I had it. I missed it. There. That'll work. And same for these pipes. It'll end up looking a lot cooler and cleaner um, once it's set up the right way, even if it means a lot of extra overlap on that water supply. Oh yeah, we are going to need a little bit more. And then this one is already covered, so we're going to leave that off for right now until aesthetically it just bothers me, and I fix it later. when we have the money. So we have all of our water. Oh, both of these need to be connected to the mains. Done. Done. And while that is not how it actually works, it will function. Thanks, cities. Um, so we still have $4,000. And now we need to run power. And luckily for us, it will not be a far run. Well, we lost a little bit of zoning for the initial build, but once we get our industry built this way, the power bubbles should connect. We saved having to connect power through power lines to these two, which would have been all the way on the other side over by the water, and that will save us a lot of money. And then to make it even cooler, we will bring a power line here. Like that. And now everything is powered, everything is watered. We still have 2,400, and I haven't deleted a road. And that is how you set up a city. Like, subscribe. No, I'm kidding. Um, so we'll do the same thing we've done before. This house. This house! And that will be our first house. And from there, I will then add stuff. And if we remember, our last step is always go over here to budget. When you're running trophies, you will have day and night cycle. So always remember to look down at the bottom right of that instruction that tells you day and night. Night is purple, day is blue. Make sure they're all turned down to 50%. Otherwise, you will hemorrhage money at the beginning of your city, and you genuinely can't afford it, and you will fail every time. So now everything is watered, everything is powered. We are ready to go. And that first house should move in pretty quickly. And as soon as it does, I will add more residential. Did I mess it up? I did. Oh, no. It's still just not built enough. Okay, that's fine. So before it even registers, now we can pop in some other houses. And for these first blocks, they're going to get no division. I'm not going to run alleys for them. I want this back group of houses to really be packed in there. Because residential demand is so high, I know that this is going to fill out quickly, and so it's pretty safe. Even if these guys pop in and start crying about power, they'll end up getting it before it becomes like a tax problem. So hopefully they're smart and build from one side out. But they don't have to be. And it should work out no matter what. Every one of these houses that chooses the right spot will spread that power bubble. And we can see that. I have a lot of different size lots. That is really advantageous. People like to choose without any regulation what style they want their house. And I think that's great. Yep, see? And so now they've already jumped all the way up to the next street, and it will fill in. And it will fill in all the way over to here. And once it does that, we'll start doing our commercial stuff. And we'll probably set up a commercial road over here on this side. closer to the highway. Commercial buildings absorb and are not affected by noise pollution, and so putting them um, blocking off William Miller Street and Nancy Richardson Street will help our residents not feel the pressure of accumulated traffic noise, which will get pretty substantial here pretty quickly. And now we wait. We let and watch our residential demand drop. We're only earning a 9% tax rate, so our money may end up going negative. Hopefully not, but it's okay if it does. So we can increase time here because there's kind of nothing else happening. The first group of citizens have not even arrived. But this is the beginning of our wonderful island paradise, and I think it's going to turn out really, really well. It's all good over here at Paper Towel Rolls Royce. The future home of the grandest car making factory in the world. It's already starting to climb down in how much money we are losing, and that is great. We just want to make that happen and get down to zero into a positive before we get, I think it's negative 20,000. It might be negative 5,000. I can't remember. So we've got some pretty good commercial going as far as demand, and we want to meet that and our industry demand as they come in. Um, so we'll set up some commercial stuff here and here, and that should be more than enough. Because I don't want stuff messing with this exit. Oops. Oops. We want to get rid of this little area that is not fully zoned. Oop, there we go. And that should be enough commercial for right now. Let's see. We could even throw it over here on both sides. Oops. When you want to rezone, you have to hold square to delete it first. And then either switch tools to fill or use your select tool to make what you want where you want it. So now we're going to set up some commercial on both sides. That leaves a little bit of room here for something like a medical facility or probably more likely a school. But I'll probably even put those a little bit further up, like in here. That way, because traffic is right way oriented, everybody can go up through the neighborhoods to get to the school, and then also fire and medical services can get down here quickly. It's also a good argument for why you want them on the main street so that they can get to both directions, but it's whatever. Because we have a full circuit of roads, they don't have to make that choice. So if I were to set a fire station here, they can come out, go this way, or go all the way to the roundabout and get where they're going, and it's fine. A good tip is to finish zoning your industry before you unpause it so you don't go bankrupt. But also, let's see, so we go to fill and hit just that section initially. I want to do this section too, but the problem we have with industry and commercial is if you zone a bunch out for the future, they will just build businesses before they have enough workers to work them. And that's problematic. We've got a truck coming in. Oh, okay. So before our residents even arrive, the coal plant needs fuel. Cool. Got some commercial buildings popping in to help with that negative amount. When we see our residential get all the way over here, then we want to start adding more. But the demand for it has now evaporated. We want to watch and see that industry demand climb higher and make sure all of these buildings get filled in, and then we wait just a little bit if we can afford to. But that's going to kind of depend on how quickly we can turn a profit for the city. And so I want to get set up with my industry, ready to drop that big portion right here. Industry demand's still climbing, they're still building, so we're going to go ahead and drop that down. It should get us enough money with these two little strips to turn a full profit on the city and start earning income, I believe. I believe! The industry is your backbone. It will earn you the most money the most often, so it's important to give them the space they need to work and build pretty much immediately, especially before there's no education, because where are these poor people going to work? They need jobs, they need places to work. And so we can see, I was right, that initial area over here was exactly what we wanted for commercial. And by only setting up small zones for each one as they're needed, the idea is that they won't overexpand too fast. So it looks like we're about ready to set up our next neighborhood. The reason why it's better to slow build this stuff instead of just zoning it out completely and walking away from it is when these people die, if you zone this entire block out all the way up to here, guess what happens in about 50 years? This entire neighborhood is going to experience a death wave, and you will not be able to keep up with it, no matter how many medical facilities you have, no matter how much elder care you have, no matter how many, helicopter facilities. This whole neighborhood will die at the same time. So it's important, really important, to, as soon as you turn a profit and start earning money, sit down and let that timer run. Our bills are still in the negative, but it is going down. And so we want to monitor that. And as soon as it gets viable to where the city will not be hemorrhaging money, we want to wait before expanding our residential at every single point past this first neighborhood. And I count the first neighborhood as however much I build until that red number becomes green down in the money section. And we may be there right now without having to build a single thing past this first neighborhood. And that is a method for effective city building, because I have had to fill this entire group of blocks before my city has turned a profit in the past, and it sucks. You end up with a giant historical district, all of which is... What do we got going on here? Yeah, so this is the issue I was talking about. Too many factories too fast. And so I'm going to get rid of that and this section just for now, so that the industry is not tempted to build more. It tries to upgrade what it has. And as soon as we see that orange bar pop back up, we can add in this and this and this, but I don't want more factories until this one has enough workers. And that may be something that is my problem right now. And it looks like, yeah. So I'm going to consider this next block still part of our first neighborhood, but we're going to zone out the inside of the whole thing. There are a lot of different tools you can use to fill these areas. I don't like using the circle tools because they bleed over too much. And the select tool's probably the best, but it requires good hand dexterity. And I'm still training my brain to use both hands again. So this next little block should do it on our residential. That should knock down the next chunk of residential demand. Sure enough, we are now in the green. We are profiting, but not very much. So it's going to be important to let that build and to let our deficit go away before we expand too much with population. Okay. So the game gave us a boost. It's still cheating. I'm still not going to expand besides adding some of the bigger buildings. But we can't do those things just yet because if we set up garbage and do all of that, it costs a lot of money. Let's see. So healthcare's 10 grand, right? Okay. 10 grand. Education, 10 grand. $4 grand. I think for the yard, for the garbage yard, it's 4 grand, and it's 16 for recycling. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. You want to be eco-friendly. It can cost a lot of money. So the most important things for our citizens is education, and it'll be followed by healthcare. But we want to set up the school in a place that's going to help the most people, and that is right here. Right here. Oh. Okay. That's all right. We could bump it this far back. It's important to feed the houses that exist for the education initially. They need healthcare. They need garbage, but they need education. Educated citizens produce less garbage. They have a willingness to pay a higher tax amount. And there will be a problem that happens where the industry will level up. We can always add new buildings for citizens. But once the industry levels up, if there is not enough educated workers, same for the commercial businesses, they will struggle to find educated workers who don't exist. And so it's important to set up schools that don't cover everywhere, but are available for access. That way there's a spread of people that can get jobs that do not require education and people that have had education basically since the city was created. Opportunities is what we're looking to do. We want everybody to have all the opportunities available to them. And unfortunately, that means that if you showed up to the city and you're already sick and dying, you may die first. But allowing our education, our utilities, our garbage, all of that stuff to have time to be set up and affect the budget is really important because if you drop a lot of large scale changes very quickly, your budget amount will take a huge hit before the resource makes itself valuable enough to pay for itself. So education will become almost non-existent as a problem in your budget. But, you know, people have to become educated first, and it is elementary school, so it's going to take a minute. If they have kids, those kids have to enroll in school and grow up. And even though we are running the timer quickly, it is only counting days and weeks when it clicks forward. So a good rule of thumb is until you hit your first couple of milestones, it's probably going to be okay um, to allow a rapid expansion. If you can, you want to avoid having things near your roads, your main road, your spine road. Um, they're like the arteries, and the little roads are like veins. So it's important for the little roads to not be clotted or blocked when they hit the arterial roads. That way the traffic has an easier, the blood doesn't clot. And you will notice it when your city has a heart attack with traffic. Um, your budget will go from profiting and making all the money ever to free falling with very little explanation. So we have enough money right now to buy a landfill, and we're going to do that because it's going to become really important pretty quickly. And it looks like, unfortunately for me, it's going to end up having to take up that spot I wanted to use for a bridge. But it is what it is. It is what it is. It's far inland enough, and the wastewater treatment plants already have issues. They already pollute the ground, and so does the coal plant. So does all the generic industry. And so pretty quickly, I'm probably going to demolish factories up until like here and move them over here. But we're so broke, we can't afford to do that right now. We have our first trash trucks coming through the neighborhoods, picking up all the stuff. Wonderful. They'll start doing their job. And then as soon as we have the money and the budget again and we hit that 10,000, we want to drop a medical facility. We want to always reinvest the budget back into your townspeople, into the people that make you money. And that is in the form of healthcare, services, and education, and parks, recreation, because your city is not the roads and it's not your buildings, it's the people in it. Games like this teach you that pretty quickly. It's elementary, my dear. So, some more helpful tips. Those gauges telling you what demands your city have for zoning are suggestions. They are letting you know there are a lot of people who want to move into the city. And that's great news. We really like that. But what we want to keep is about a halfway demand for everything. So where the commercial demand is sitting, that's about perfect. We want all of our bars to be right there, right in the middle. And then once they build above the middle, then we want to satisfy them. And the reason for that will become apparent as we scale up building this wonderful little town into a real city. But for now, just trust me, bruh. All right. It's really important to do this slowly. I mean, it is very tempting to just set it and forget it. Zone it and bone it, but don't. You get nothing out of it except a death wave. Because even if it's a few months apart, having this neighborhood not all die at the same time as these three are going to be huge. And I mean, once it's all done, this will all be one neighborhood. It's just, oh. So we have the ability to add both police and fire, as well as our medical facility. The thing about that is I believe these cost 20,000 apiece. Oh, 12 for the police. Okay. Did they change that? 12 for the fire. I love that. That's great. That's... Oh, we bump right into a high capacity. That's actually a pretty good argument. 26,000. Oof. So it's like a high school buy, huh? But a high capacity elementary school would provide service for the entire dirt neighborhood here. All of them. So it might be a really good idea to swap that out. And I don't think I've ever done that early on. But since I'm over here preaching education, we kind of could. I think healthcare is going to be important pretty quickly. I think all of that stuff gets important. We want to set these things, these I can't move these stuff buildings, on areas where they will service the largest zone. So for healthcare, it's going to be our residents that we are concerned about keeping happy. Right there. And for police and fire, it's going to be fire first. And as much as it is a concern about our houses, they don't pay as much in taxes as the industry does. So the industry will get the first fire station because they can take the roundabout and get to the neighborhoods. But if those industry buildings go up, we lose everything. So traffic is on the right, which means we want to put the fire station so that when it sends its traffic out, it can go to both the industry and the neighborhoods, which means it's getting put there. And it's a good thing we ran all of that water earlier, because we would kind of be screwed otherwise, wouldn't we? Power lines are cheap. Water pipes are not cheap. And so our shortest route to power, looking like it's still the industry, even though it's going to remove a bunch of zoning to get it there. Yes, I could bring the power lines somewhere else, but that was short, and it will work. And I believe the rest of it should still be powered. We're going to need to, I was just going to say, we're going to need to increase the budget because I just dropped some pretty big stuff. So I like to bump 10% at a time. If you want to micromanage it, you can. You're going to be in this menu a lot. 5% is your minimums for doing like a very tight control as your stuff upgrades. And I recommend not doing that unless you're using wind power. If you're going all eco-friendly from the start, absolutely keep your budget tight, and absolutely you're going to have to micromanage it. It's a challenge, but it is a solvable challenge. So right now we have swapped into, because I added several large-scale things at once, a negative budget. It may turn around. It may not turn around. It looks like it is. But it looks like even though it is going back towards the green, we are still losing money. And we can tell that by the amount from our savings continually depleting despite that red number going down. And so we want to look for a way to mitigate that quickly. It's going to be with industry and commercial. And so we can set up an industry here and here. Actually, I'm going to learn from what I said and only do one side. And with commercial, we're going to do the same thing. We'll come down here and put some stuff on this side of the medical facility, because I am thinking I'm going to make this a high capacity elementary school, which means it's probably going to end up taking the zoning from both of these. And I don't want to demolish a commercial building to do that. Watch me work. There you go. So we've still got a little bit of residential. This one house, this couple lots here that have not filled in, along with this one. And so until they do that, I will not worry about zoning any further residential. I want every single square occupied before I move on. Otherwise, you end up with a bunch of low-level houses, all of which are not doing very much. You can monitor this electric requirement through your info views a lot tighter. I just upped our budget. Still not enough, so we want to jump all the way to 85 if you don't want to worry about it. If you want to worry about it, you know, bump it up to 78, keep it a few kilowatts higher than what you're going to need. I don't like to worry about power or water requirements. It will give you a false sense of control for your budget if you try to monitor it too closely and don't give them extra, because power spikes are a thing, and so is water usage spikes. It's set up to mimic when people get home and when industry turns up. I think they do a good job with it, but we want to do our best to fight that negative budget at all times, while letting our city stabilize. And we can see that there is a bit of crime happening. As annoying as it is, crime at this moment is going to be okay until I get the 12 grand in a positive earning way without taking a loan to buy all of the things that we need from our own budget. Loans require repayment. Loans are bad. Say no to loans for as long as you can. You don't need the extra money. That cushion, that budget will sink you. There's a $200,000 loan that takes years in the game to repay. And you will go to grab it if you grab that first $20,000 loan when you hit a tight spot. And so the best thing you can do is let your first houses get robbed. You can't let them burn down, but if they get burglarized, oh fucking well. We probably will earn the 5 grand we need to cover that before then, theoretically. We're set up for a minute here, so I'm going to run and use the restroom and unpause it and give time and sort of come back and see what happens. You want to do this a lot. You want to spend time on your city and let it run. Do not walk away from it and leave it paused. Let it run, because if it's a really good city, you should be able to do that. You should be able to turn it on, leave it, and go take a nap or leave the house and come back to millions of dollars in your budget and no decimated city. That is how you know you have effectively built a working city. And until then, you're just playing pretend. Excuse me. Still getting over being sick just a little bit. I'm pretty sure I got listeria or some sort of a weird food poisoning sickness. Um, yep. So I overexpanded our initial spot so that we could get tax income started from all of the businesses. And we are paying the cost of that right now in the form of not generating enough income and also having a worker problem. And so let's do some stuff and fix that. We're going to keep the dirt roads for right now. I'm already going to have to relocate services over here with these two buildings when I upgrade this road to a medium-sized road. Oh, gotta let out my dog. He needs to go see his brother. There you go, little guy. Alright. That boy loves his brother. Okay. As he should, too. As he should. So, we'll bring our main street down until we have about a half a click between us and that full measurement. And the reason for that is so that when I build this next road, there is zoning on both sides and it doesn't get clipped off by that border. Because the game doesn't care. It'll happily cut it off for you. It's up to you to pay attention to that. So we're going to have to demolish a commercial business right now. It is what it is. Progress never stops. So, right here is what I'm talking about. When you run up close to a border, your normal distance for zoning off of a road is 4 blocks. And if you get too close to an edge, it will just give you 3 or 2 or none. We managed to save it and get it within the first node, only having 3 on one side. And that will not be all that noticeable. Once we buy land on both sides of this border, that little zoning thing will pop back out into 4, and it will either fill in or it won't. But because it displays an odd behavior pattern, it is not what you want. You want to be able to predict what your city's going to do, and stuff like this changing, if there's a lot of it, it fucking you out of entire roads worth of 1 block zoning. And there are trophies associated with how many blocks of certain types of zoning you have at different tax percentages and blah, 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 blah. So it's important. Even if you don't care about it, it's important. If you're a gamer, you care, even if you don't think you do. And it's okay to be wrong. So we also need to run our other roads over here and make them connect in a nice, even way. And so I'm just going to eyeball it. I'd like to get one more click on this fucking... That's going to do. That'll do. It's very important that all of these roads connect and stay symmetrical, even at the cost of temporary businesses being destroyed. That super does not matter. What matters is this lovely gap right here, and it being consistent, because from an aerial view, oh my god, will it matter down the road. So I'm going to favor the gaps between on the right over the one towards the front. Oh look, it did the right thing for me. It prioritized this road that existed zoning over the new one I was making, and that is what I wanted. That is perfect. Because this will be high-priced commercial frontline beach Schwag 420 just blaze it, and this is just a fucking neighborhood. So property values matter, and we'll get into that here when it's relevant. So upgrading our elementary school here to a high capacity is going to be a necessity. So I'm going to have to demolish this one, and then that's going to piss everyone off. And I'm going to drop a giant one right in its place. And we have the money to do that right now, so we are going to. So I need to get out of this, go to this, click this, destroy that. Don't even worry about them. Also, destroy that, because honestly, it's going to get destroyed and modified, and it's just going to make them upset. So we'll just kick them out. Your services are the most important thing that makes your city function. Not prioritizing them and falling behind on them is the way that you lose everything. Do you see the spread on education here? So we can see that all of the new housing has no education because they don't have the ability to get their kids there. It's an elementary school, dude. What the fuck? So, buying the DLCs for City, much like The Sims, is kind of the most important thing if you actually want to play the game. If you ever watched a streamer do anything ever, we all get pretty much every DLC possible. And the reason for that is ease of access. If I want to make something, I don't like being told no. Creatively, that is a boner killer. And streaming and putting yourself out there in the first place is annoying and hard enough. So having content be the bottleneck is bullshit. Fuck that. And everyone agrees on that. Everyone agrees on that. So we like what we like. The cost of everything, right? So look at this. This motherfucker will feed every neighborhood. It just does it. Now, by comparison, let's take a look. Here's the normal elementary school. This is what you get in the base game. It's cool. It's fine. There's a lot of people that are not going to get educated here. There's a lot of them. And every job requires, at least a base elementary school education level. Currently, if you look at that little pie chart, it translates itself to a lovely percentage right there. So it tells you that right now, we have a 0% for highly educated people. We have a 0% on well-educated. Only 27.9% of our adult citizens are educated. 72.1% of everybody is uneducated. And we know that because the adults were the ones who had to drive cars to get here, meaning that some of them showed up smart. But even the smartest of them were not considered university educated because they'd never had the resources. Because initially, our population has bottlenecked us. That's why some of this stuff's still locked. It's the equivalent of story mode, And so we need almost 2,000 people to get a high-capacity high school that's going to feed everybody. But right now we can and will get a normal high school. It has a pretty good reach. But it's not as important as everybody having this. This comes from a DLC. Do I remember which one? Fuck no. Because I bought them all right away. I think I bought the stupid President Edition for like whatever the $96 was. Because for cities, having access to buildings being locked off from a DLC when you need it is devastating. It will halt your progress so hard and so fast. You will pull your wallet out then and pay for it. Or, more likely, you'll get pissed off and turn it off. And so it's better to have access to it when you're ready to than to try and slow play it. There are plenty of ways to do it with just the very base vanilla structures. But what ends up happening is when you scale up your city and add more structures, at a certain point they'll stop functioning because technically all of the budget runs all of the schools. And so by adding more structures and not increasing the budget, you end up with something it's like diminishing returns pretty quickly, especially on things like education, healthcare, all of it actually. I mean, you're going to have less problems with water and power in the long run than anything else. Um, Death waves are the end of your city because the bars always tell you that a lot of people want to come, and it's really hard as a gamer to not just try and get those bars always to be low. But in this game, those bars are not a demand. They are telling you how much people want those things. So right now, a lot of people want to move in. It's not saying that they have to. Same with the commercial. Right now, because we're expanding, we're building roads and doing things, adding services and upgrading, our commercial interest is going to gain pretty quickly once I unpause. And so, the other side of doing this is that I just spent money. I just built a bunch of stuff, and so I have to make sure to balance the changes that I'm making when paused. Because if I don't, when I unpause, the cause and effect loop will turn our profit into debt permanently in a way that will drain your entire budget every time. It's just how it works. So right now, by adding this high capacity elementary school and a high school, I'm going to fill out all of the neighborhoods to try and get ready to offset the monumental debt that is going to happen as a result from making a couple of small changes while paused, especially initially. This may doom our whole city, but it is worth the attempt to try because that's the whole game. So we have healthcare, we've got trash, we just gave them high schools. And I think I put it far enough back to where I can upgrade this main road to a medium-sized road. But what we don't have over there, I think, is water. And so instead of doing a single other thing, we want to build water and zone all this out and unpause it and try and let it catch up. And I may slap down a little bit of industrial over there to prepare. Oh, don't worry, the workers are on the way. So we could do districts and start setting up different things, but I kind of want this whole area to be free to do whatever they want. Eventually we're going to have to run, I think, a spine road down the middle of these things. These ribs are a little long. They're a little bit. Okay. Normally I don't do this, but it is a good tool. But using a controller, it's annoying. Okay. Yep. I think that'll do it. Okay. Oh, and then over here as well. I gotta fix that and that, because that is in a neighborhood. Yeah. Okay. So I'm okay with a couple little neighborhood shops near the front. That's all right. But well, actually, you know what? I kind of like this. This is right by the school, and this is right by the medical. So these actually do make sense. And we'll just hope this one faces uh, on Kent and not Elisa. Or here. I guess I could do that. Yeah. Done. Yeah, I really just want to hit this whole thing, but it's a bit much. And let's fire it up. See what happens. Yep. Here comes the debt. Here comes the debt. It's coming fast, too. Holy shit. Hopefully it offsets with the people moving in. There we go. Yeah. We're okay. Power. Probably water next. And then we're going to have to figure out a new power building almost immediately. Yeah, because it's a big neighborhood. No, 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 don't cry. There we go. But yeah, you want to stagger things because we just built this entire neighborhood at once and everyone's moving in. They're all going to get old and die around the same time because there's a bunch of adults moving. It's just how this game works. But by waiting a little bit, at least both sides of the neighborhood will be offset from each other. And I think we might be able to do a graveyard as well right now. We might want to look at doing that. No, not yet. Okay. So this is letting us know we got a lot of stuff coming. 1900 is right there. Yeah, it's going to be child health care. It's going to be elder care. It's going to be all of that. If you don't want a death wave, because you start making sure that everybody the newborns first, and then the elder care second. Even though there's going to be a few older people already, you have to look out for the people who are going to live an entire life and try and extend their life from the beginning first. Because graveyards are cheap. but we already invested in education, and so looking out for the well-being of the children is literally hand in hand with that. Because realistically, the entire industry sector, everything is fully polluting right now. And so we want to provide healthcare for the adults, but to be quite honest, they're already fucked. And that's okay. We hope they have kids. You know, literally. And that's, in this game, that's represented as that. All the dings, that is because everybody has services enough to do the things that they need. So the existing structures can now upgrade to a higher level, which means more families. And so they build bigger homes. The wealth is increased. The structures level up. They pay better taxes. The people inside them are educated. They have more families. And that's how you build a fucking city. And we haven't even upgraded the roads. And the houses are still leveling up. Because people don't give a fuck. They can wash their cars. We aren't regulating what type of houses they're building. Do whatever you want. You got the money? Is it safe? Good for you. We get it inspected? Great. Send your kids to fucking school. And so here's an instance of right now we've got a fire in the residential. We do not have a fire department on this side of the highway. The fire department's all the way over on the industry. So we're going to see just how well this functions right now. And this is a test case for why it's important to put your fire station where your industry is. Because technically, this is pretty far away from their station. Fire station's over here. But it's over here so that they are 2 feet from turning down the industry road, and this place earns every bit of money you make, polluting or not. Right now, it's what's running the whole thing. Yeah. So our power is about to reach, unless we start importing a lot of extra stuff, it's starting to exceed what we can do at 100%. So yes, we can increase the budget, but if we can afford to either add a second plant, or better yet, wind, that's ideal. Because we have a lot of area here to build on. And it tells us that at an estimate production, we can get a max of 8 from these. And that's wonderful, because I don't have anything built over here right now. I'm never going to build anything here for a long time. Probably a bridge someday. Same with all of this. And we already own all of this. And so we can make a little wind farm over here at $6 grand a turbine. And I'm going to. Because we have a lot of people that are going to be moving in and upgrading. And so, as we set these down, close together like this, enough so that our estimated production is always at 8 or 7, that estimated wind around here will shrink and shrink and shrink. And you can see, if you put it over here, you're going to get dog shit. It's garbage, even if you could set it there. You'd want it to be there, you know? And so we're out of money, and that's fine. But we have a little bit of a wind farm starting, all producing extra electricity. And all we have to do to utilize it is pop down a couple fucking power lines. And I mean, let's see, how much money do we have? Yeah, we're stretching it right now, or I'd be more realistic and run it over to the actual other power lines. But since this game works with bubbles, I will do that. Could probably have tagged onto that edge here. Maybe save $1. But this will power everything we need. And yes, we're broke. But now our total power budget stays at 100, and we have extra. Because tampering with the budget is stupid. You want everything working at 100%. You don't want to be shorting it. And I'm already cheating by not having road maintenance being incorporated because I'm using dirt roads. But that is next. And so we hit 1900, we unlocked a bunch of stuff. Should be able to replicate it, find it, and do it because it's easy. And I need to drink some water. Alright, so we're having a little bit of a crime wave happening. One of the reasons for that is we don't have streetlights anywhere, and our local police station is probably maxed out. And so we want to probably take care of that with an extra one. Yeah. So there's some areas where they're not getting to very quickly. And so this looks like it'll get us the farthest reaching effectiveness. And so we'll put one right here. This is the sheriff's station over here. Out and off the dirt road. Not on that fucking fancy road with the goddamn lights. We don't need lights. Yeah, and they handle it quick too. This is where Cops was filmed. Oh, this is gonna be a good episode right here. Oh, yeah. And you can see they actually do go in and handle business. And they'll bring people out. See, backup patrolling. They got it. Is that bees? Sounds like flies. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was just gonna say, it sounds like somebody died. It sure is. Okay. So that is the next step. I added a police station. I see our budget thing has already gone into our earnings have already gone negative, but we have to handle business. So we need a graveyard. I want to put it here so that it can get down all the roads. And unfortunately, that was a bad move. Okay. It's okay. Luckily for me, time has paused. Once a graveyard or a trash place has been set down, has like body, if this thing has bodies in it or the landfill has trash in it, you cannot move the building after you've set it down. And so before I unpause time, we want to put it where traffic goes right. And so when it's here, it can easily get down all the roads. Yeah, it'll have less access this way, but I haven't upgraded this road yet, and I won't be able to with that thing in the way. And I want to be able to at least upgrade, Main Street to a 2-lane road when we're ready to do that. Okay. Ugh. So industry's ready for action. That's great. So I can start my industry stuff, and I'm going to. We can also buy land. But we're going to hold off on that. Looks like we have a touch of forestry that we could maybe get access to, but it's going to be polluted, and these trees are going to be garbage. They're going to die all the way up to like maybe even by those rocks. But we could start a little tiny oil place right here along the shoreline. And we already have some roads set up to maintain it all. So I'll paint this side up to here. Oops. These guys already exist. Oops. And they're barely touching the oil, so it's fine. Yeah, no Hawthorne sector, no. I don't think I can do very much of my own forestry here. I could zone for specific stuff, but it's not worth it. There's nothing there. What we want is to get water rigs out to this, but we have to level this industry up. But we might as well claim it. Oops. Yeah, I'll have to do the same thing over here. Get rid of this a little bit. There we go. Even if we miss out on a little bit, it doesn't matter. I would prefer to not demolish any current buildings and make us all the money. There we go. That's great. Offshore oil. Oh, we can't do oil yet. Well, cool. Damn it. Yeah, now I'm interested in what's unlocked because I thought that was part of it. I was excited. Oh, we could do water with heating pipes? No. You have to heat your own water, sorry. Oh, we can do it. So 4,000 oil industry. There it is. Yeah, okay. So we need 2,000 more people. We're looking pretty full. So I gotta fit 2,000 people here. I think that's doable. Looks about the same. And if I grid it out better, yeah, we're alright. What I have to remember is that we need a main highway that comes off this direction, or a main road like this that comes straight, even though it'd be better if there was a... We need to get back to earning money, but put a road that comes like that instead of tagging onto this right now. Yeah, that'll be great. More road connections is better. Sometimes. Okay, so then I guess... Bam. Let's see how that does. Before I just fully zone all of this and we have that worker problem again. Gotta love the sound of those dings. Lots of leveling up. Lots of buildings leveling up. And that's because now they have a graveyard as well. And so that lets a lot of good stuff happen. We want to zone out all of this, but I need to upgrade this road before I put anything there. Not industry. But alright, we're back to earning a little bit of money. I'm going to zone out a little strip of commercial on the main road. Here and here. Since we've got a police station right there, they're pretty protected. Seems like a good move. And I'm not going to put one here because we're going to be sending a road out there. There's no point. There's no point. It's not worth the money in the short term. To set up an established business and then ruin it. Oh, we need water. Okay. So our water budget's not at 100. I know that. And we're back to earning money. So up 10% always for water. And I hate to start doing it, but I am going to start increasing the road budget little by little. We want to catch everything up to 100%. I think that'll be enough to do it. And it was. Cool. It may not be after all the industry's in. Oh, that's what did it too. I see both legs are already full. So yeah, we want to keep our industry interest. We want to keep all the interest in the city at about halfway and start feeding when it goes above half. So I'm going to start doing this one. Not that one. Yeah, we don't want to do this one or any road stuff here with industry because I need places to put all the oil stuff once it unlocks. Even if it's a small operation, it needs to exist. And I don't want to have to demolish a bunch of our main budget money, like industry, for it. Because it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the wallet. It's nice to leave these roads unzoned. It makes for crowded traffic if you don't. It also earns a lot less money than it could if it was just jam-packed, but everything would break down very quickly. At the cost of the quality of all of these people's lives, which would fill this graveyard faster. And oh boy, let me tell you, that becomes a pretty big problem, even with crematoriums. Death waves in healthcare in the really big cities. Those are the game enders. So now our budget is about oh, excuse me. Our budget is about high enough to buy something, and we want to keep doing that until all the services they need are provided. Road upgrades. That's next. That whole neighborhood. And so we want to wait till we have about 35,000 in the budget, and we are going to hit it hard. Main Street's getting upgraded first, then the spine road with those commercial buildings. All of the buildings that lead, or the roads where the schools are, and the medical places. And if I can afford it, we want to get a road maintenance building over on the industry side. Better maintained roads allow for traffic to go faster and smoother. Okay. So I think I'm going to get started on those upgrades. If you're not sure what road you're using, you can always open this and hit eyedropper once you're in the road section and just copy and paste whatever road you're trying to do. But since I'm just using simple basic roads, I know which ones they are. And so we're going to run down and start upgrading Main Street. And we can do it, luckily, in this game, while traffic's moving along it. And they just get a magical road upgrade. There you go, officers. Handle your business. So these spine roads are going to be important to have Main Street roads as well, but we don't need to worry about that right now. I do need to fix the zoning really quick for this one house. There we go. Almost no damage. It looks like they're already... Are they rebuilding here? No, I don't think we should allow that. It's a little close to Main Street. Same with this. These guys are okay on the corner, but... This little house, well, I mean, it's a little four square. They're already doing it. I don't want to take it away from them. Oh well, I already did. When I unpause, it's gonna go away. Oh, well, maybe it won't. We'll see. Oh yeah. All right, it's fine. Whatever. But I am gonna upgrade the roads right here next to it, so. I'm gonna go over to small roads, and for the, we can pick any of these we want. We'll do sidewalks. So this is the next way to get all the houses to upgrade. We want to do the child care next and elder care at the same time. I know I said do child care first, and I will, but ideally you want it done at the same time. There we go. Okay. We'll get this one next. And almost, well, not immediately, but eventually I will switch all this stuff to bike lanes, because bike lanes reduce traffic, and we can set up policies that encourage biking and things like that so that people want to do it. Because public transportation becomes a big thing in this for increasing the quality of everything. Should probably be looking to set that up right now, actually, since I'm talking about wanting to spend and buy stuff. It's a great investment. See? And I can't move this landfill because it's full. And so now it's stuck on a dirt road. I at least can't use that kind of oh no, it won't let me upgrade to either. So dirt road, that one shall be on. Probably this one too for the coal plant, but I don't know that. So I'm gonna try it. And upgrade as far as I can. Oh hey, it worked. Cool. Yeah, the landfill was on a weird angle. It's on a odd spot. It's okay. And I like to leave it running while I do road upgrades so that I can recoup the loss pretty quickly. Yeah, a lot of the places don't care, but some places it increases citizen happiness overall because they really hated it. Other people don't care. It's interesting. Um, so now we are set up to put some nice, good commercial properties pretty much all down this side. That industry's growing, that demand for it. And so we may end up having to build the whole neighborhood over here pretty quickly. Faster than I want to, actually, but our industry demand is going to get high. I might have to forego or put part of the sector over here, which I don't want to do. Because I think there's oil off this shoreline too. I want it. I want it. I want it. Probably want to put houses all the way down this side. Try and get as many people packed in as I can. Do some houses facing Main Street even. It'll be noisier for them, but you know. Oh well. If you want to move there, go ahead. And I guess if we're going to do that, we might as well loosen regulations on all of it and put some houses. Because if we can get all that stuff filled, oh, I'll fix the budget. I'll do it. Yeah, and as long as we keep adding services, the residential demand pops back up pretty quickly. Some commercial stuff there. Okay. I do want to put a park. So we'll set some nice commercials there. And I think I'm going to have to do my other side of industry, which is fine. Oops. Let's see. I think we can use this one. Doesn't seem like it likes that one. Let's see. I might disconnect again. There we go. Okay. I think we might be alright. Okay. Quick and ugly. But it's gonna stabilize that need for industry so that I have time to figure out what I want to do with the next square we buy. Because we do have a new area unlocked. And so I can use that. And eventually we can convert most of our industry into offices and get rid of all this and then do the cool neighborhood road that I want. But at least on this side I'm committed now because I want this handled. Oh, nope. I mean, yeah, that's what I want ideally, but now it's going to take a long time to get there. That's okay. It's easy to make these guys start filtering ground pollution. I guess we could do this one too. If somebody wants to move in right there, we can do this whole little back area. I think that will fix it. Sorry guys, you're about to have a lot of traffic. But we kind of need it. If there's people that will move into those spaces, then let them. There we go. That should do it. Now I'm gonna have to build a bunch of neighborhoods, but they'll give us a temporary boost so we can get some money. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, we do have some extra money, so we can go back to adding to our wind farm. And now we have the advanced one, and this one can go in the water. So we can set this up right here. And one more. 3 is great. Oh, if it were just that easy, right? Yeah, it's just like running a little shoestring. What? Isn't it magic? It's like, yeah. If only power distribution, right? But now we have a little diverse supply for power. Producing in a few different ways. Well, 2 different ways. We're importing coal to burn, and we're doing 2 different types of wind. Okay, it's time to buy a new area, and it's not going to be the one that I want, which is um, this cool island. I want to start buying this direction, but I think it's a bad idea. Well, you know what? Let's take a vote. Write in the comments if you want me to buy the island direction, because I could buy a square over here or a bunch of farmland over there. It has some water, that's cool. And we can run a main road off of this roundabout. Or we can buy this square over here that looks like it gives us access to a railway and some forestry. So we could set up a little bit of industry and have it directly export out of the city pretty easily. And I think all we would have to do to make that happen is turn this side road into a main road, like this one over here. And there's no permanent structures over here besides a police station, and I can relocate that. Huh? 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 Because we're gonna have to do something about this. I guess as long as I leave room to connect to the roundabout, I can build off this side of the neighborhood from here with a little road that snakes over and gets some more neighborhood built. Let's start with that. Let's start with that. Let's start with utilizing all the space I have here. So, try and utilize space. And remember, there's a bunch of oil in the water right there. So, it's not going to be great beachfront property anyway. So we'll bring this over here. If I can avoid destroying stuff, I would like that. Is it going to be stupid to have two intersections right there? Yeah. Oh well, at the cost of a couple commercial buildings. Sorry guys. Gonna have to move. Ultimately a better decision, I think. Okay. Yeah, I'm alright with that. We can even do a little four-way thing here. Five-way road. Don't mind this road. I'm gonna put a harbor over here, so we can start doing some fish. Some fish! Or at least some tourist stuff, so people can have access to the water. Okay. And so now let's build out some neighborhood back here. And I want to fit in as much as I can. that is a whole lot of new neighborhood. We still got to run water for it, and all right. Let all that turn on. And we'll start filling it from the back here. I think this is just going to be all neighborhoods, so we can get that in. And we'll want to put stuff here so that they can build off the power bubble, and hopefully I don't have to put any power lines down. Try and just run a little bit so that they... No, you guys don't need power, it's fine. Don't worry, just keep buying property down here. Yeah, it's fine. Somebody's going to want to build up these chains, right? Right? You too can save your city's power by buying just here and here. Or all the way up to here. They may not do it. Oh, it's trying. Come on, there it is. There's one more. One more. Ah, I did it. It did it. This guy did it. I might want to leave some of these side road things open for services that don't reach over here. So we'll leave that. So I don't know that the high school and the elementary school will reach over here. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Try and use as much of the space as possible, which is all of it. And hopefully, yeah, I was going to say hopefully it made it so that now all the industry people are happy that we have enough workers. And we do for right now. Looks like the commercial industry's not upset by it either. So now let's start checking what kind of services we are missing on. We need to get child and elder care before I do anything. 22,000 for elder, 18 for child. So child care goes here on Main Street. And it's fine. This is a no-brainer. I don't even have to look. Just yes. Get the pediatrician. And so we don't have a lot of money left, but we can do a park. And I think I want to do some sort of a water park or like a jet ski rental or we can't. We have to have we need just a few more people and we have the zone for it. Okay. So we'll get there then. Then we'll do a sidewalk cafe on this side. Right here. Not quite on the harbor, but it's nice. And we'll bring ourselves a little sidewalk restaurant. Yeah, right there. It's cool. Okay, we've got a water problem. I'll fix it. But start giving little areas for leisure as quickly as possible because people, you know, they're working hard. They gotta have a place to go fucking hang out. Okay, that's unfortunate. Well, this might suck. This might hurt the budget a little. But it's all in the name of making things better overall. And yeah, you see, as we increase our stuff and keep it maintained, houses are leveling up. Now there is some leisure in town, which is a requirement for level ups for a lot of these people. They need hope. And hope comes in the form of us just building stuff that provides for them and not asking or like, you know, whatever. Going, here you go. Here's some stuff. Some stuff to do. It's not just spend money. We'll put some dog parks and stuff like that down. That'll really get it going. And then if I can figure out a good place to do it, like a central park or something. But we do have to keep room for that road coming off the roundabout that I want to bridge over to the island. Nice. So our residential demand being low is not necessarily bad. We do want people here. And with our commercial and industry at about half, that is where we would like to keep those. And realistically, we probably don't want to build more neighborhoods for a little while. We want to try and get these people to upgrade the houses to the level 3 or the level 5, whatever the max is for um, low density, low density residential. Okay, so now we have policy unlocks. We have a whole lot of stuff unlocked. I mean, just a ton. Every way you could want to spend all your money. Pretty much. But the townsfolk don't necessarily demand it right away. And so as long as the services are providing for the area and that is working out, it's okay to ease on that stuff. You don't have to race to broke just because it unlocked. And that is a hard lesson to learn. So ideally, we want to buy this square over here because it gives us more access to the highway. And currently, all of this is already bottlenecked by having low speed roads. This is not a highway interchange or roundabout. It's just a normal one. And so feeding more from on this side past that boundary line is going to seriously tax that roundabout. So until it's set up as a highway roundabout, or we have access to more ways to bring people in and out, like shipping and ferries, we don't want to encourage or set up a bunch of traffic back and forth. We want to continue to build up the highway. And even though this section of the highway technically is only feeding our city, so it can go ahead and backfill all at once, all the way back to that interchange without really affecting anything. It's not ideal. And we can do forestry industry just as well as we can do farming or build out to that island. So that's what we're going to need all of the industry for the Rolls-Royce part of this, which is the car factory. And so getting some established forestry going, it's not bad. And it makes a lot of money. It's a hell of a fire hazard, but it makes a lot of money. And then I'll build my farm over here, and we'll try and get to a point where we can unlock some more oil that's a little bit further away from everybody. Let me pull up info views and see what we got. So we've got a bunch of oil and stuff along the mountain range and some minerals. And so, well, we've got a lot of minerals here too. But this is very temporary. This will go away fast. So it's more important to focus on the farmland here. The forest here. We have the little lilac park for oil. We kind of want to build oil over there. I think. Yeah. Or actually all of that, but that leaves over there, over there, that, all of that is going to be tourism and stuff. Coupled with some industry, but when we set all this up, we want everything to be established so that the car factory has everything it needs to build. Because it's a unique factory and it requires all of the industries working together, which means we have to put it more towards that highway interchange. And if we can get access to that railway, we have $68,000. Let's buy a new area. This one. Yep. Okay. And we have one more area available. I'm tempted to just buy the interchange. And so I'm going to. There we go. and it'll present some challenges, but I think by having 97% of buildable land over here in the forestry area, we are going to do just fine. Um, Having access to that interchange allows me to fix the traffic problems that will happen at the highway, and we also need to eventually get this train track fixed because I think it's damaged. I think it's damaged. Maybe not. I thought I saw it broken somewhere. If it's not, that's awesome. But we still want access to it quick. So now that I can see further out on the map, info views becomes pretty powerful. So we can scoot out from here now that we have access to a big square and really take a look. And so yeah, it looks like the oil along the side of that mountain range is going to be invaluable. And we're just shy of unlocking a lot of oil right over here. And we could even import soil or take soil from somewhere else and build up this whole thing into a landmass so that we can get to the oil. It sort of depends, but it's all pretty far away from our industry. And when we set up Lilac Park or Industrial Park here, it's gonna it may take up more space than it has. We'll see. Because I think you need like a 5-star oil to get offshore rigging going. Let's see. We can check. So, worker barracks, no. Maintenance, no. Oil pump, no. Oil pump, no. Drilling rig. I think that's what we need. Offshore oil drilling platform. Level 5. Yeah. Yep. So oil may be a little bit of a ways off. But that's okay. A lot of forest. A lot of mineral. Almost all of the oil is offshore. But because we have the 25 square thing unlocked, we will make it to at least that oil patch and that big one by the island. Because I'm probably going to buy all of the squares going down the islands. Especially since we have access to the main interchange now. This feeds everything. So I mean, we can bring roads from the bridge all the way down. We can do all kinds of stuff and never touch our city over here and its traffic to get to this island. The train, all of it. It becomes easily available now. We just need this square, and then we can start buying island. We buy that square there, this one, and then this one, and then we just work our way up. And then with whatever we have left over, we try and make our way to that big patch in the corner. Eh. Yep. That's the grand industry plan to get to the Rolls-Royce factory. Oh, I like this city. It's very nice. Oh, the local government has plans. Don't you worry. But I'm gonna have to build it very slowly because of the whole death wave expansion problem. So our first goal is to keep these people here in this neighborhood happy and then build it out towards this direction and put a little bit of rural housing pretty far back over by the train tracks in this nice clear area, and then just pack forestry, my forest industry, here in the middle between these two, and try to balance that best we can. Because we do have a road that goes straight out to the highway right here. And so utilizing that is pretty cool. All we have to do to bring this side's highway traffic in to over here is throw in a little loop road, since there's already an exit right here. And we could probably tag on another little short exit like right here. And if we wanted to be crazy, we could even make a frontage road that goes along the two. So we're having water problems again. I'm going to have to add another water pumping station pretty quickly here, because a 5% bump's not going to do much. As soon as we get road maintenance up to 100, I need to drop a road maintenance building on our main road over here in the industry side. Let's just do that. Road condition. Bam. Roads officially maintained. Okay. Cool. We are starting to have a trash problem. So I'm going to have to put more trash services. And I'm probably going to have to put one on this side of the roundabout, which means recycling centers. Hello. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, people are weird. The tips and tricks kind of only work if you apply them, and things go wrong. Like I'm just lucky this forest fire's on the other side of the highway. Ugh. I've got a lot of plans to build this city out. It's going to be awesome, but for now it has to slow build. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with yeah, that's cool. Um, Otherwise, I'm going to end up with a death wave problem in the future. Yeah, if you let your city run, it will earn money as long as it's balanced. I haven't set up any of the industries or anything yet. Um, I have a little area zoned off for oil, but I ended up needing some generic industry demand met before I started worrying about specialized stuff. But as the sunlight breaks here, you can sort of see there's quite a bit of forest accessible for specialized industry, and it's right near a railway. It's great. We've got good farmland over here. And I think there's some oil there and a little bit of minerals here. So once I get some specialized industry going, the budget amount will go up quite a bit, but it's not really necessary for anything that I'm trying to do at the moment. And so I'm just letting it slow build. The goal is to have all the buildings to level 3 or 5, whatever they can get up to. And they kind of only do that as long as they have services available and time. Because you can slap down a bunch of roads even if you have the money. And it'll get you pretty far. But what you'll encounter if you build too fast and expand too quickly is, well, you'll see. There becomes traffic, economic, and death problems that will arise from rapid expansion. dropping the hospital and having good medical coverage for all of the industry will allow it to, as you can see, level up pretty substantially. It should offset the cost of dropping that hospital pretty quickly. But what you want to try to avoid is multiple large-scale changes all at once, because that will cause your budget to fluctuate wildly, and that can become unsustainable pretty quickly. Yeah, what's your question? Probably one of the DLC packs, if it's not in the base game. Everything that I have, if it's not something that matches just the vanilla cities, is from one of their DLCs. The temperature thing is probably from, uh, I set it to Fahrenheit in the settings. But if it doesn't exist, there's like a snow DLC that introduced snow maps, and they have like heating pipes and different stuff like that. And you have to worry about roads getting, um, bulldozed for snow, and there's a whole added extra set of challenges, but all the different things add like something to the build. And so there's certain stuff you can't access at all if you don't have it from one of those. And I don't like hitting those walls, so I got all the DLC stuff for it because it just makes the gameplay easier. Hey, thanks. Appreciate you. And so there's kind of three neighborhoods in this little residential side, but I'm gonna count it as my first neighborhood. That's good. Yeah, they help. Any of the DLCs that have service buildings in them, I try to make sure I get those because I don't want to hit a wall where I'm like, man, I could really use this, and it exists. I think they have a mass transport one, and all the eco-friendly stuff. That all helps. Yeah, disasters are fun. That's I try to keep the disaster frequency set so that it occurs, but it's not all the time. Oh, is disasters the temperature? Yeah, makes sense. So something that'll happen if you don't just keep building, if you just wait, even when the demands are high, sometimes the happiness goes down. Yeah, those are good. Um, they all help. I think they all help really, except the map packs. Those are okay, but and a lot of the creator packs are kind of like eh. But yeah, those are the big ones you want is, you know, industry, disasters, financial districts definitely. Hotels is great. Airports is great. Um, and mass transit is great because mass transit gives you a lot of different public transportation options. I don't know what's in base game because I think I got the President Edition or whatever the big one is, the ultimate thing. So I don't remember on console what it was. Um, but there's a lot of them. So you have trams, which are they're okay. Trams are okay. The trolley buses are okay. But what I like is the metro, um, having shipping stuff, planes, and all of it. I don't know. It's all beneficial. Yeah. Well, and some of the that's just what I was. Some of the content creator packs are meh, but some of them are really good. Bridges, things like that. If there's creator stuff with it, a lot of the times they're better buildings, better looking stuff. And if you play on PC with mods, whoo, there's just no end. You can do literally anything you dream of. Huh. This city is called Paper Towel Rolls Royce, and we're trying to. Um, no, yeah, I know. But what I was saying is, if you don't just build rampantly when the demand increases, the buildings will be forced to level up to accommodate new residents, and higher level buildings pay a higher tax amount. And so, if you want a better quality city, it's better to let the needs fill all the way up and force the buildings that exist to level up, to introduce new residents. Because you can see it happening right now. You see, just I have not built or added anything, but people are still moving in, buildings are leveling up, and I don't think you do play together. Oh, power problems. Um, yeah, Cities is a single player game. There's not even a play together option in PC. So I think we want to go. I don't want to, but I think advanced coal. Oh wait, we have geothermal. Ooh, expensive. We don't have the money yet, and we're not going to be able to wait on power for that. This is almost worth taking a loan to fix, but let's see where our power problems are. So we're getting a little bit from our wind still, but a drop in wind may make all the extra power we're creating go bye-bye, because we have very minimal wind assist power. I need to drop that geothermal plant. Because right now importing more coal is not necessarily going to be a great plan long term, but I think maybe one more small coal power plant will do it. I want to try and scoot it away from the water as far as I can. Oh, and it looks like I forgot a power line here. There we go. That's better. And now I can even rezone, give these guys a little bit more lot. So if they want to upgrade, they can. And since we have a coal plant here, we could fill out the rest of it. That's good. And now I'm probably going to need to set a police station on this side. Probably over here. Maybe down here. Yeah. Yeah, it would help. Okay, we'll put one over here. And that will also help our problem. Yeah, so we're having a education and worker problem. As more citizens grow up, they grow up educated. And so some of these industries are going to start to experience need for uneducated workers, which is our signal that we're going to have to expand and build a new neighborhood pretty soon. I'm going to hold off on it and see if that problem spreads or if it resolves itself. It's just the way economies function. Every single problem is not always a problem. That residential demand is getting very high though, and there's only going to be so much leveling up buildings is going to fix as far as needing new residents or adding them. And so I'm going to have to add some more neighborhood. But we have plenty of land and room to do that. I'm just sort of, I'm slow playing it on purpose. I'm trying to wring every bit of money out of this city as it builds while also leveling all the buildings up before I move on. And the reason for that is higher level buildings hold more families. And I don't want to demolish these buildings to make room for high density residential in the future. And so here we can see this whole neighborhood is starting to age up. We have lots of them where there are families, but there's plenty of houses that are mostly adults, and a lot of them that are starting to become senior. And so that's why we have childcare set down, wherever I put that, I think it's here, and elder care over here to try and extend their lives to make it better for them. So this is my first neighborhood over here. And so you can see the spread on seniors is starting to get higher and higher, obviously, because they've been alive longer. But the cost of that is going to be that when these people die, the cemetery is going to have to come pick them up. And if I don't plan and slowly build these neighborhoods out, and I build several neighborhoods at once just to meet that green bar, everyone will die in that neighborhood at the same time. And there will not be you. It creates a problem where no matter how many crematoriums you have or graveyards, there'll always be dead people everywhere, and it'll always have red flags. And when you get to 100,000 people in your city, it will sink your large build. And it's because you if you run it too fast in the beginning, just to meet initial demands or a couple little flags like, oh, you need some workers. Yes, we do. It's important. When this spreads to a couple more buildings, I agree, it's a problem. But we only need, I think, 6,000 people to get to the next jump. And that's when we want to expand every couple milestones. So let me see. Yeah. Yep. So we get a whole new area that we can unlock. Unique buildings, campus areas, metro. Metro is huge. Wall-to-wall residential building for specializations. All of that. All of it. We want all this stuff. And so it's going to be great, but to race to get there will end up killing the growth rate of the town in the long run. And so the next plan is, now that this forest has started to regrow after that forest fire, is that I'm going to build out forest industry specialization on this side and connect it to the highway. And then I'm going to do farming over here because I need to have several established industries all downstream on this highway so that I can put a car manufacturing plant up here. And that plant requires specialized industry products from all of this stuff. From the oil, the ore, from farming, and from forestry. You need all of it for some of these unique factories. And so I think that's the unique factory. That's a warehouse, yeah. So these are the special factories. These unlock as you get the ability with population, I think. Oh no, okay, I see. So yeah, there are qualifications to unlock all these, but a bunch of them require having other industries. And so, like here, where is it? It's okay, don't worry. Some stuff will happen over there with the workers. They'll get it figured out. Um, where is it? Shipyard, modular house, sneakers, food, car. Here we go. So you need a level 4 ore industry for a car factory, but it also requires like every other specialized industry to run. So you need animal products for the leather. You gotta have glass on hand plus metal, which means you need the industrial steel factory and all kinds of stuff. You gotta have forestry products and just everything for the car factory. And so I want to build that and run it, but I need to have all my industries set up over here so that the car factory up here can run. It'll be cool. But yeah, it's looking like we're gonna have to build a a new neighborhood to add some more people so that the industry can keep working. It seems about time for it anyway. And we can sneak along with getting a couple more neighborhood streets built coming this direction without having to do a whole lot besides draw it out. Cool. So this should help us out. Now I just need to add some water. Ah. Alright, it's being annoying. It's fine. There we go. Now they've got water. Now they've got power. And now we can go ahead and just unpause and sort of freely zone while it's running. That way all the houses have a chance to move in. And try and spread that power bubble from where it is down to the new neighborhoods, so that as I build across the street, there's already power. And one of the reasons that I'm doing it this way is that high capacity elementary school is going to really be pulling its weight here, feeding elementary for the entire area. And I think that's cool. Yeah, this can be a block. So can this. Yeah, we'll just do it. We'll just fill it out. I'll leave that for a park. And maybe from there over a park. And probably services along here. Here and here. I like that. So now we have commercial, just a little bit there. We can add a little bit of it down here by the piers. And even here. That's fine. It can go all along the backside over here. And hopefully it'll work out. And not flood. But that's the chance they take if they build on the water like that. I'll let them. But now, without doing anything but drawing a couple of streets, I have just fully expanded the city quite a large amount. And yeah, we lost some stuff. Oh, well, you know, it happens. All you gotta do is get rid of the abandoned properties. They're still zoned. And they will move in new level 1 buildings, which will not have whatever the requirement was that caused the other building to go away. So we resolved our need for more workers, and we've done everything by adding, you know, 2 streets, 4 streets, whatever. Not very much. Okay, so we're having a we need water problem. Looks like our landfill is full. Okay, so we're gonna bring this over here. should handle that, and then the landfill is packed, so we gotta bump the road there just a touch further and add a second landfill until we have enough for an incinerator plant. And some truck transfer stations and things like that. The landfills on that little back dirt road are going to secretly be doing their job. Okay. There. And we should no longer have a problem when we unpause. We can empty this now. Okay, so the sewer problem also going to have to fix. That's fair. As we add a pumping station, we're going to need to add wastewater, and so we're going to keep it inland for right now, because I have plans for fishing. So we'll drop, you need 2 eco plants for every equivalent pumping station that you add to make it equal out. There, now our problem's solved. And we may have to do a little bit more for the power as well, once the rest of the neighborhood fills in. But that's the name of the game. You want to fight the urge to super build these cities, because you'll just regret it and you'll never get to completion. But I dare you to try. I dare you to try. May the odds be ever in your favor, because they won't save you once your traffic is doomed. So I'm going to keep this running and I'm going to keep building it. There's a lot of progress that doesn't need to be filmed. Um, and so I'm just going to let this run. And we'll be back with further progress on Paper Towel Rolls Royce next time. Bye.